gotta go. Check. Hey, brother man. Looking good, looking good.
What's your film? Web stream.
What's your secret password?
Pulling it up now for the email. Are you first?
I'm not.
Okay.
Somewhere on that.
I've actually got the video of us here, so all we gotta do is download it on it.
Well, they never had to use that. Oh yeah.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, good, good.
All right.
Is that what the next one?
Okay, well, look forward to it. All right.
It'd be easier, it'd be faster if you email it on here. It doesn't recognize.
We closed out our big engineer project.
So I'm not going to I'll probably start a spot. Do you have a copy of the agenda?
I know he was talking about format. I just haven't worked
After lunch. How about after lunch? We just set up a table and tell us or yes, to the rep to come to the table and see you. Yeah. That way they can think about it. And then the one to the left. Right over here. You know, I'll take this flag out of the
Hi, how are you? Good morning. How are you? Good. Good.
No, we rolled in yesterday, but yeah, we've been showing up. Started about 5 o'clock last night. Okay, we got down here yesterday. That's what we spoke about. Oh, yeah. I also want to introduce you. Sure. How you doing? Hey,
good morning.
Huh?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, you still need.
Oh, no,
They don't want.
I can't.
No, you have to. Poor her has everything.
No, it doesn't. I was there first. They were
When I got
that
new
extra
TV,
seats.
I didn't see very many cars around here, so I was thinking, man, maybe I'm at the wrong place. I did not.
You know what? I just hear film coming out of your mouth.
I thought all the people.
You're not coming out of the
Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm the chief of staff. About to be the ATAG here in Mississippi. So thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I tell you, man, I've been on the back last week.
First off, never good.
No, because they coming back from there and had just a ton of stuff out of last week. And with the Montgomery, Alabama this weekend, sitting on the board. Got back Sunday afternoon and then they got caught up in the office. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, is there anything?
Back and forward, and you know, our meetings are very productive here. We've been helping them with the addressing here. But yeah, we're working toward it. I still got a meeting with the tech guy kind of intervening with the guys that we got over. But yeah, I got deputies from those guys. It's just a matter of a guy. Perfect.
Hey, you good? Yeah. All right, Tim.
Hey, good morning. Good, man. How about you? Hey, good morning.
Good. Hey, if y'all would take your seats, please, and we'll start.
Yeah.
We're gonna let you go ahead and go.
Okay.
All right, I'm Major Gary Chris, CDC of Mississippi and the Commandant of the Schoolhouse here, and we're just hosting this for the CDAC, the CTAC for the Tiger team. for the schools meeting, and I think the Northwest possibly may have their regional meeting as well. So again, I just want to thank y'all for coming down here. Just a few admin notes before we get started. Shelter in place. Luckily for the Post, we're right here. This is where you shelter in place. So if we do have inclement weather, this is where we would shelter in place. On the restrooms, I think most of y'all already found it. They're just right out the door behind the kind of curtains and the potted plants there. Smoking area. If you go outside the main doors here, go ahead and hang a left. It's the south side of the building. You see a smokestack right down there. That'll be the smoking area. Wi-Fi, I'm sure most of y'all have already seen on your smartphones or your tablets. There's a CRTC conference Wi-Fi, no password. Just go ahead and jump on that. But obviously, bandwidth sometimes starts slowing it down with the more devices that are on that. But let us know if you have any difficulties there. We got another Wi-Fi that we can bring to this building. Shuttle. We do have shuttle service. I know a couple of y'all used it, but we may put that more into play for tonight for the NoHo socials tonight, the NoHo social tomorrow night, and the one to be determined for the Thursday for the CTAC. Always think safety in regards with that. If you're going to be out, drinking, utilize the shuttle. We've got personnel down here. We've got plenty of vehicles to go ahead and get you where you need to be. And that's Sergeant Reynolds. He's our NCOIC of the transportation plan. That's his cell number right there, and that's Captain Stubbs' number, the XO, as well. So if you have any issues, those are two important numbers to write down. The break room. As soon as you come in the main door, I think y'all seen the break room. We got snacks, water, coffee in there, and we'll have that for the duration of the CTAC. We also have our T-shirts out there. We're one of the 5 states that have a counter drug school, and that's just one of the things that we do for the law enforcement officers. We sell them T-shirts. I think a lot of people do that, and so should you want one of our T-shirts, they're available out there. And NoHo socials for the CDAC. Y'all watch diners, drive-ins, and dives. The Blowfly Inn. It was on one episode there. That's where we'll go tonight. What I'm going to need is a head count. I'm going to try to get it right now.
We pretty much got
Oh, you got it out there? Okay, good. Because they could seat up to 100. Didn't really know how many we're going to show. I estimated 70. So what do we got on estimation?
We haven't counted, but just about everybody's planning to.
Okay. And so I got to let them know today, just, it's a logistical thing for table seats. And if you plan to eat first, just hang out downstairs underneath the Blowfly Inn, kind of where the bar area is. If you're not eating, that kind of helps them on the logistics to it. Then tomorrow night, the Half Shell Oyster Bar, which kind of overlooks the Mississippi Gulf Coast, that's where we'll go tomorrow. We'll get a head count tomorrow as well. I know some of y'all will be leaving. So we'll have to get another head count tomorrow to provide to the Half Shell Oyster House. And then we'll determine a NoHo social for Thursday, just really based on how many people are left and where we decide we want to go. Here's kind of a map of you got Highway 90 that General Brewer had referenced. It parallels the Mississippi Gulf Coast. I know some of y'all came down to help us during Katrina. And Highway 90 is that coastal route. You can see on the star right there, that's where we are, co-located with the Gulfport Biloxi Regional Airport. And I got 2 arrows there kind of pointing to the general areas of where both of those restaurants are. Can't really get lost on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, because if you go too far south, you're going to know. You start heading north, and you're probably on the way home anyway. So got I-10 as well. That is kind of one of the main drug corridors that kind of feed all the way into Atlanta. Next slide. There's your weather. General kind of referenced that. Yeah, it's cooled off a good bit, especially after yesterday. We did have a little bit of rain yesterday, and but slight chances for some afternoon showers, but pretty much highs in the 80s, lows for us. That's pretty good in the 60s. We have the ability to stream. We're going to figure out if we need to do that. You stream this in if there's somebody back in your program that need to watch from their desk or something at NGB. So if we need to do that, we can put that into play, and we just need to get that information out. And then they would just need to, if they had questions that they needed to answer or questions they needed to ask, they can do that on a telephone. So that capability is available. Don't know that we will use it, but I really wanted to exercise the staff on getting that function up and running. So this is a bigger purpose for us. So that capability is there. But ma'am, now I just turn it over to you and the CDAC.
Well, good morning. There's a lot of you in here. So the next break, if you guys can cycle through and do the sign-ins for those that didn't get the sign-in, I'd appreciate that. The first thing on the agenda is the approval of the last meeting minutes. So I had to look for them and I sent out a, oh, help me find them, and then I finally did find them. So I sent the meeting minutes out. I don't know, I sent them out again. I don't know if any of you have seen them, had a chance to look at them. We talked about a lot of things at PAC. I was one of the fortunate people that got stuck there because of the ice storm. Anybody else got stuck there? I know there's several of you that did. We talked about several things, and I can briefly go over those if you'd like. Anybody have any questions about the minutes from last? From PAC, yeah. So that was our last face-to-face meeting with that PAC in Little Rock. Captain Cook came up and she did her presentation. We talked about the spreadsheets that she was doing back to the states on what COPs or what LEAs were providing input into EPIC, into the variables for your respective states. Talked about some of the streamlined capabilities that she was able to affect in that database management area, the people that were, so when we asked the question, we actually are getting the right answers that they're searching for. We talked about appeals. We changed up the appeals on everybody. I think that went relatively well. We had at EPIC, the TBRM Tiger team met there, and we talked specifics on what to allow, what not to allow. So we went with federal data only. If you had a federal LEA that was not in the system, that was allowable, and you had a timeline in order for which to process that and send it up to us. Those were all accepted by all the TBRM voting members. We will have another TBRM this week. And we'll talk about the variables for 17. We talked about the budget for this next coming year. So everybody knows, you all got your target letters. Can you put that up on the screen? That'd be good. We talked about, and this was a discussion that kind of went, I wouldn't say sideways, but it got a lot of discussion with it, on trying to reduce the 1 alpha requirements for everybody, because the discussion topic for just small states wasn't well received. So we talked about reducing the 1 alpha requirements for all the states. So we should have a discussion about that this time on small states, medium states, large states, and the 1 alpha requirements that your group has come up with on how can we streamline maybe some stuff to make it a little easier for everybody. Colonel Patterson talked about the issue of filling vacancies at NGB. I know, Charlie, we're probably still having that. I know that the advertisement for Colonel Weaver's position is open, still open, right? Cool. So that's an issue. I mean, we can sit back in our states and we can complain about how NGB's not doing it right. But if we don't go up there and we don't apply for the jobs and we don't get selected for the jobs and we don't go up to the National Capital Region, then, well, I mean, you know, it's kind of like you bitch about who's in power, but if you don't vote, then it doesn't really matter. So you can affect the change. If you have a person that would like to replace Colonel Weaver, now would be a good time to make that happen. We talked about the legislative liaison, Captain Ortiz, spoke to us about what was going on the Hill and some of the congressional inquiries that happened and how much time that took the staff at NGB, and noticed that they're slimmed down somewhat. Not a whole lot of high-ranking people up there anymore, but it causes a big muscle movement to have to answer, especially like my guy. Senator Cornyn is the well-known, that's the big joke between National Guard Bureau and me. Since Cornyn is Texas, that causes them a whole lot of extra work, and it's typically kind of painful to do it. So I try to at least give them a heads up if my ALL is telling me, hey, Senator Cornyn's office is going to do X again. Some of the congressional members don't understand the TBRM. They'll look at the variables and say, well, wait a minute, that doesn't have anything to do with what the National Guard counter-drug people do. For example, monitoring the future on the variable that kind of is an indicator, and that's kind of how you got to explain it. If you give a survey to a kid that's however old he is, 12 to 18, and you ask him to fill out the bubble sheet, and hey, when was the last time you did drugs? Do you see drugs? Are they in your neighborhood? Do your parents do drugs? All those kind of things, that's an indicator that there are drugs in your neighborhood. So that has to be explained. A lot of people don't get that. We went with 4 years ago variables that are a repeatable variable that's from a national database that can be captured for all 54 of us. Is Alaska here? Oh, welcome Alaska, welcome back. So all 54 of us, oh, they can't hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? Can we start over? Just kidding. All right, so for all 54 of us that are repeatable, and so we've done all of those things, and we put together a tiger team, and it's not a perfect process, but it gets better and better every year because you guys are weighing in, because you guys are making a difference. And I think Captain Cook, where are you? Huge help at ADVIC. Most of you, I know if you have an issue, she will come to your state and talk to anybody at levels, which is okay, in my opinion. So they're going to give us more money, and they're going to extend it, or they're going to pass a budget. Anyway, it was those kind of discussions, and we finally did get a budget, and we got ad money. So this year, that's still the discussion topic, as far as I know, that we may be on a continuing resolution all year, which means we'll go back to 15 levels, which means that they need to make a decision sooner rather than later on either we're going to have a budget or not. We talked a whole lot about the aviation working group, and there's like a million different bullet comments there. So bottom line is, and we'll have Colonel Mathis get up and speak. I don't know, and we'll get into this in the meat of the meeting, or the whole week here, but the big discussion topic was how to buy maintenance hours for Lakotas, and that we didn't quite have the contract right. So that's been the big push on how to get the contract right so we can actually get the hours that we need to maintain them, and then the hours that we need in order to fly them. And then RC26, I'm still not tracking on any new news from anywhere on RC26. Okay. Okay. Anybody have any questions on any of this? Well, there you go. All right, so we're done with me. Now, everybody got a copy of this, right? See that, Sheriff? I know you guys are, because I typically get CC when you send them out to your reading, so I'll typically get them like 4 times, which is good. Okay. So the minutes, and I need somebody to describe them. Can somebody describe this, maybe? Forgot to ask that question. You want to do that? You don't have to when you get somebody else. So, all right. So I have you first, Charlie. If you guys want to do, would you guys prefer a break for a minute? And you guys have,
First of all, Major Chris and Colonel Atkinson, thank you for
yeah,
a lot of rules to try to stay under as far as conference rules, but we keep it under the CDAC, and if you allow us to do that, Colonel Atkinson, once a year, I think that'd be great for our program. So, some admin notes. Colonel Patterson is going to the Office of National Drug Control Policy. I think he can really help us with our relationship with the DASD, which is very fractured right now. I'll go into that a little bit later. But I think that with him up there as an 06 and a former division chief, he can gain us a lot of ground back in that office, so that's what we're hoping. So he starts over there in about 2 to 3 weeks. He's been going through the vetting process for the last 2 months. It's quite extensive for the White House, as you can imagine, so he's working through that. I started on 1 August as the division chief. We put out an announcement, and it closes on the 25th. We had 1 packet, so we extended it for a couple weeks. Hopefully we'll get a few more. I think we do have a few more right now, but hopefully some more people will put in for it. Ideally, it'd be somebody with 3 or 4 years counter-drug experience. Hopefully they have war college, so they don't have to worry about that. And 05 promotable or 06. Lieutenant Colonel Bill Taylor applied for the Virginia CDC and he was accepted. So he'll be moving out of the aviation branch chief position. Lieutenant Colonel Carl Engstrom will be backfilling him, and that'll all be happening the next month or so. Aviation has a new NCO, Sergeant Parsley. He came to us from the AGR program, so it's free chicken for us. So Sergeant Deschen is going out to JTF North and backfilling Master Sergeant Bustillos. So that's all happening as we speak, and I think Sergeant Deschen starts on 1 November out there. Sergeant Major Collins just got promoted. He'll be going back to the state of Virginia in October. So there's going to be a new regional coordinator position open. So you're going to see that announcement out soon. Major Murphy has taken over as the Personnel Support Branch Chief, and she has been replaced at CPE by Major Locke, who's from Arizona. And then we have new J37 leadership. Colonel Phil Johnson, who is married to Lieutenant Colonel Anne-Marie Garcia, is the new deputy J37. And Major General Witham will be replacing Major General Ketchum as the new J37. He's coming from the Air Guard from the A3. So I'll let Matt talk about the RC-26, but he ran the A3 and he didn't have anything for RC-26 for us. So I know you have some new information. Talking about a CR. First of all, FY15, you guys have done an outstanding job. Please continue to close out the last couple weeks of the year. It looks like we're there. Unless there's any surprises that I don't know about. Bad news doesn't get better with time. If you have something for me, let us know. Let the finance section know. But it looks like you guys have done an outstanding job, both in your program and program execution. So thank you. For 16, we're definitely going to be under CR. It looks like starting out the year. We're talking at least 60 days. What's that mean for us? Right now, we're looking at getting $10 million for Army P&A cash flow. If you do the math real quick, that'll take us out to 6 or 7 months for a CR. Problem with that is, if it's longer than that, we're supposed to go at last year's enacted level, which was 175 million. I don't believe that DASD is going to let us overdrive the PB, which is $71 million for state plans. So that should take us out to the 6 or 7 month mark. If Congress doesn't pass a bill by then, it's going to get real sketchy for our program. So I don't know who's going to win that fight. We have the law on our side to go to last year's enacted level, but I know that the DASD has said they're not going to let us overdrive the program, our PB. So,
Who had it? I don't know where this is at. Who can tell her? 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 Who can tell her
I mean, I've asked the question from every finance lawyer I can find, and it's the law. They can't change the law, but they got their own kind of way of thinking in the DASD's office. She's told me publicly that she won't let us drive past our PV, which is $71 million for state plans. So,
In order for that to be the case, sir, will it have to state that in the CR? Kind of like we're always jockeying for an active funds versus, is there gonna have to be some written guidance?
you know, it's the law. I don't know how they can change the law. CR says you spend at last year's level, no new programs. For us, that's $175 million. I don't know how she can get around that.
Well, it also depends on how, we've had a couple different versions of CR, and they've
Right.
written differently. Some of them do say at last year's level. The first time we had it at last, it wasn't last, it was last enacted, which went back like 3 years.
Right.
You know, so, we're in a good situation with the last enacted for us, at 175.
Right. And that's what we're going to go after. We're going to fight hard, but realize a couple things: language, how they pass it, what they say in that language. It'll all come out. I think the office management budget is the one with that CR will be based on the language that Congress passes for the CR. So,
Well, as long as it doesn't say at president's level,
right,
which is contentious with that politician.
it is. It's very contentious. And that I'll just go into that now since we're talking about. We had a year look as a program from the GAO. Started after a month after I got here in July, and it's been going on ever since. The lead auditor looked at 8 states and did a deep dive on our program. The results were very, very positive. She has said to me and others in our office that she has never looked at a program and gone out and received the feedback from the agencies that we support, and it'd be all positive. It's the first time that she's ever done that. And she picked the states, they picked where they wanted to go, who they wanted to talk to, and it was wholly positive for our program. That said, it was very apparent from the start that the DASD wanted to take our program out. I'll just throw the cards on the table. They don't want us to get a presidential ad every year, a congressional ad, and they want us to operate at our PB, and that's it. And they've cut our program, as you guys know, from 2012, over $200 million PB program for the schools and for the state plans, down to $87 million for state plans and $5 million for the schools. They're trying to say that that cut was in concert with all the other programs. It is not. Our program was targeted and cut more than any other program that the DASD has under her CTA. In the report, it spells out that the DASD has chosen to focus on international programs rather than domestic. I personally think that's wrong. I don't think that we're doing a great job stopping the drugs coming into this country. And we responded with our answer in a positive fashion. We concurred with recommendations which are coming in line on some of the training centers with core military capabilities and also some performance metrics. Kind of benign language. They have to write up something after a year-long look. So we answered the mail on that. We told our story in about a 4-page response, and the DASD has taken offense to that, has tried to change the language, tried not to allow our paper to go forward, and it's been a fight for about the last 2 months. So they've really drawn a line in the sand with our program. We're going to work with them and try to repair that after this is all over. But I will tell you, if there's ever a time for this program for you guys to engage your Codels, it's now. We need to fight for our program. They're going after us, and they've made no bones about it. So that's everything I know. I can't release our response or the report until it's all finalized and approved. And right now, it's not because it's in contention. Our 2-star general with them backed our response and said, it's a great response, I'm not changing it. Ms. Hollis asked us to change it, we said no, and as far as I know right now, it's stopped there. But the process isn't over. So that's all I have on the GAO. Any questions on that?
Any idea what smart teaching and being taught?
It's been coming for years, I don't know. I know that we have a lot of support in Congress, and Ms. Hollis hears that, and maybe that's some of it. She's chose to focus on the Southcom AOR, where she's from, that's where she came up from, and that's where the majority of her money goes, towards interdiction in the Southcom AOR. She's chosen to cut domestically. Colonel Atkinson can tell you, she came to the Palm Breed, everything she highlighted for a threat was domestic. So she talked about the Northeast heroin epidemic. She talked about every state has a drug problem. Her strategy and where she puts funds don't align. That's the way I can put it.
One other question, sir, with respect to the new 837. Your initial feel, are you very pro CD and understands, or is he just
Coming from the Air Guard, doesn't understand counter drug very well, knows the RC26 program extremely well. Very keen on budget, picked on that right away. He has the budget down. Came in and stood his ground with Ms. Hollis from day one, so he's going to be good. He's going to fight for our program. General Grass is a huge supporter, he knows that, so he's on board. And oh, by the way, General Ketchum just took over the special assistant to General Grass, TSA, and he's another huge supporter of our program. So we have the leadership in place at the National Guard Bureau supporting our program. We just need to continue echoing our strategic communication message to Congress and getting that pushed out. I know a lot of you in the states have a line to a senator or congressman. Please get that STRATCOM message going and let's beat the drums. Now's the best time to do it.
You think she'll respond to letters from the Codels versus that maybe do it more than you think? If we just have letters with that information to say, that's something we need to be looking at here and get all of them.
I think so. The language that Colonel Atkinson talked about in the Senate and the DASD needs to hear that they need to fund this program in the PB. And that Senate language was pretty strong if you saw that. If we can get that voted in, I think that's a great start.
We probably would hurt to go try to rally us congressmen so that we might get a letter from their system, hey, you know what we're talking about today.
Right. And now's the time to do it because I'm telling you that GAO process is very politicized. There was no doubt about it, where they feel, where they stand. Ms. Hollis will probably be moving on in the next year and a half. So, we need to weather the storm right now. Any questions for me right now before I bring Colonel Mathis up to talk about RC26? You have anything you want to put up?
One thing, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Newlywed here.
Oh, yeah. I decided to get married again for the second time, and now it's this time or nothing, so now it's very fortunate. Met a great girl a few years ago and just got married a couple weeks ago, so it's all new. Thank you.
Do you want us to wait?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Major Lori Rodriguez. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the current operations branch chief. Do I need to use a microphone?
Yes.
Okay. I think I left it on. There we go. I just wanted to add one more addition that we have to the office is Captain DePinto. She comes to us from the Florida National Guard. She right now is working in Current Ops on some strategic stuff for us. And she is gonna be putting out some products here in the future. And one of it's just a newsletter, and I'll let you speak on that real briefly, and then you have some TDA updates. She's also been working on the logistics TDA here, so welcome, Captain.
Yeah, so the three things that I wanted to talk about. The first one is the counter drug update or newsletter that you guys are going to be seeing coming out probably around the end of October. The goal there is to kind of streamline the information that you're getting from all the different sections of NGB. Sometimes we're so busy working, we kind of work in our own little bubbles, and so you get piecemeal information. We want to be able to give you guys valuable information in one spot you can go back and reference. So what I ask you to do is when you get that update, that you read it, and then you'll receive a survey afterwards asking you if you found it interesting, did you find it valuable, did you find it a waste of your time. It's the only way we're going to know if you're getting what you need is if you feed back to us. The second thing is those of you that attended SLC or Northwest, we talked a little bit about success stories. And if you have any public affairs people that you can work with or somebody in your program that's into that kind of a thing, we ask that you reach out and try to provide us some of those stories, those articles, those good news stories so that we can use those when we're writing these responses. You can send those right to your regional coordinator and they'll put them in the file for us so that when we need them, you know, we're not calling you at 5 o'clock trying to get this stuff, it's already in our files. And that helps us build our case every time somebody comes and tries to question our program.
Let me jump in while you're there. I forgot to say, every Monday we go to Ms. Hollis's meeting at DASD. So the more storyboards you guys can get me, like Colonel Lewis, I know some of you guys have been great at sending me that stuff. I will take that, go and brief her on the success stories instead of talking about the budget and what we're not getting. We need to tell her what we're doing with the dollars that we get.
And they can really be in any format. Don't feel pressure to make it and look a certain way. Just get us the information and we'll use it in whatever way we can. The other thing is the TDA. I know a lot of you have a lot of issues with your states about buying equipment or keeping equipment. It's an ongoing process, unfortunately. We've had meetings with the J4, we've had meetings with the G3 FM, and everybody kind of has a different idea about how to fix the problem, but none of it really is fixed yet. The biggest thing is if you guys go in and do the 4610R process and do that. I know it's lengthy, but really that's the only way to get the equipment on your TDAs, because everybody's is different. Everybody has different equipment. So really that's, right now that's the answer that we're getting. If you guys noticed on your TDAs, like your paragraph has gone away. There is no counter drug paragraph. And the FM guys don't know why. But FY17, the paragraph comes back. I think most of you guys have your stuff under maybe like J3 or something under that ARNG element. That's fine. Wherever you're keeping your equipment now is fine. Individual issues, we can work through them. But there really isn't a perfect solution at this time. It's still something that we're working on, so we do ask that you be patient with that. Yes?
Talk about 4610R, you want that straight through the state FIRO? Or is that gonna get centralized through some NGB conduit so that it's 54 across?
It's not, because everybody is individual. If you remember, a couple years ago, Captain Seashine did that process where she did a bulk upload. She didn't get feedback from everybody, but the feedback that she did, she gave it to the G3 FM guys, and that should be in there. I know some people mentioned they think some of their equipment fell off when the paragraph went away. Again, individual issues, but everybody is saying that that is the process, that the state initiates it, 4610R, in concert with the FIRO, and it goes through that whole G3 approval process. That's what they're done. Yes?
Question to TA. Given that my state's operating off of documentation, currently I'm forced to maintain an OE254 antenna that I have nothing to hook it to, a 4 Mossberg 500 shotgun, and I'm not an armed state. My PO won't allow me to turn it in because it shows up as material shortage, and I walk in. So I'm going to work back.
And to be completely honest with you, I am not a logistics person. So if you would send that information to your RC, then I can use that to go dig in with the people that will be able to tell us what they think you should do. Yeah. Any other questions?
On the RC note, with Sergeant Major Collins leaving, it's really critical you guys use that state plans organizational mailbox so that whatever regional coordinator is in that day can get your question. That's really important. In your state plans, we have 42 of the 54 that we need, so that's actually We think that's good. We know that the plans were late this year for reasons outside of our control. Desi has not been beating on our door to get those in, so I think you guys are on track, just got a few more. Those documents that are due at the end of the fiscal year for next year, not a high priority, so don't get too wrapped up with those, just get them in when you can. Is there any questions for me? I know that CPE, we've got some updates for that. Sorry, Harrison, did you have anything with TDR as well?
No.
You want to take the floor?
Good morning. I'm from New Jersey, as most of you know, so I don't think I need a microphone probably. I am Major Christina Murphy. For you who don't know me, I was the CPE section chief for 4 years. And I will happily say that someone has taken my spot, as Colonel said, Major Christy Locke from the state of Arizona. I'm currently the program support branch chief. And I just wanted to give a real quick overview. FY16 notification policy and checklists are still being staffed for signature. They should be out by October 1st for all of you to receive. There's no real changes to the policy. The only real change is any new question that program managers have come up with.
He came and wanted me to hire him, and immediately I almost put him in sanctuary. Knowing what FY16, this was mid-year, knowing what 16 and 17 was, I said, I can't do that. I said, I can't bring multiple W-4 into a program that I know is fixing to be strapped by money. So ever since then, they cut out, I talked to you briefly about the single pilot thing. He's done everything he could, and it's like real short notice. So I'm having Bobby Dennis. That crowd won't talk to me. They just totally bypass him. They're trying to streamline it unit-wise. They wanted to go from the CEO, who's also the Aviation Troop Command Commander, down through the unit chain of command and involved in the 151 code company the commander. And asking him, where are your helicopters? Where are your people flying? He's
That doesn't work.
That was just me. Send those meeting minutes again because I have people complaining. I never got the minutes. Well, let's just do that.
It's in the middle of being rewritten and hadn't been signed. And in between time, he's being pushed stuff from the stands. And so they're just drafting up all kind of willy-nilly stuff. And I'm finally at the point where I have shielded him from the tag because I don't want to go to the tag and say, look, we're fixing to have a problem. Support me, law enforcement, and the governor, who my tag and the governor are very close.
Yeah,
so I want to kind of lay down all the stuff and let you look at it and say, and make sure it ain't me being biased. But when you look at the policy for the approval for missions, and nowhere in there is somebody from the counter drug program, right off the bat, there's a problem.
I'm not going to be able to find it. It's going to be.
Well, how does it even get over to the aviation side? Police ain't going to call. Busy, man.
I'll find you.
This guy named Coro is me.
And then on top of that, he is trying to shove. That's why I kept asking him AFTP questions at the senior leader conference, because he is hell bent on making me use AFTPs to support the mission. And because of the way we fly, what happens if, AFTP is kind of optional. So if the guy has a conflict, can't come, gets sick, can't come, whatever. Well, I can blend in. I'm trying to augment it, make me augment it. Especially when an AFTP, the incidental to training police is when you've got a planned AFTP and then, oh, by the way, a CD mission pops up, right?
The incidental training is like using an ER technician for training purposes in the not.
Well, even, let's get it back on the common ground and make sure let's say you got an IDTP kit. So an M-Day soldier comes in, he's flying, or plan to fly his whatever flight, and then we have a mission that comes up. He can cover that CD mission in that incidental training role, right? Right. So we're on the same, but they're trying to spin it completely around and say, look, we're going to plan you a week. Weaver and McNair are going to be on AFTPs from Monday to Friday, and they're going to go downrange and support a forward deployed operational support mission. That's cool. Yeah, exactly.
It's really easy to shoot them down, but it's how hard to do it. You gotta make it.
And that's what you need to have that conversation.
Send me mission.
Got all that stuff.
I want to see if they're going against
Well, what I did is I went to our JAG, or to the state JAG. I'm trying to treat everything impartial. So I went to the JAG. I said, look, here we go again on our next deal. Can you take a look at it and give me an opinion on it? Here's 500-2. And so he's, I don't know what this guy, I can't even express my personal disappointment because I thought we were fixing to turn the page and rebalance. And it hadn't gone that way at all.
Gotta get that MOU signed. That's great.
I'll reach you that stuff. You can review it.
Yeah.
Well, now there are only 15 tangos in the state that are AMP certified or already technicians. So I have to take one of them off of technician status and put him on CD orders for the year to support our going around all over. So now they're going to say, no, the guy's going to have to resign from his technician program, which he's still inside his 5-year rehire right. So the whole USERA thing, I mean, it's just been one thing after another.
It's been an interesting the first couple of
I've been keeping it true. You know, if we run out of money or something, you know, it wasn't until 5 years ago. It'd be nice if he does have a rehire right.
They would have alternatives. That'd be 24 points.
But let me see that.
I'll see.
They can't make it. That's the problem. We try to get a lot of
I got about $4,000 left out of my travel budget. That's all I got out of everything. I thought about just saying here, cross over, use some money, come down here and sit down and talk to this kid and say, look, we can't work it out right in, we ain't gonna be able to. It's hard to do this one.
Yeah, let's see if I'm going to hand down another document. Let me see all the documents. A lot of sales have tried that.
And the bad thing about it is he's a great guy. I've worked for him in the G4 in the past. I don't know why we're going this route other than I think he's being steered. That's my opinion.
The unfortunate thing is you can help this one and getting up the flight hour. You can do a lot for him more than you can do for you.
All he's got to do for me is give me a helicopter.
Right.
Take the wall approach.
I'm doing away with it.
Had a good conversation with oh God, I forget his Davis. No, blanking on his name.
My new chief of staff? You're talking about Ryan Bentley?
No, he's your new G3. Oh, Zana. Ken Zana. I had a good conversation with Ken. We were talking about it. So close. I can't. So close. I'm a great. What's that? What's the bit? Probably a year.
I know I like to come up with promotion goals. That's my 3-year mark. That was unfortunate. Yeah, that's the thing about being held 2 years, 10 months, and 8 days.
You're the only one that's put in that had recent calendars. You have to do a deep dive and figure it all out. No, I mean, I know. I did about the show we're going. I'm figuring it out now. We haven't necessarily got the things they want to do and all that, but we're still trying to. We know how, we know why, we know where, we know when, we know the survey. Captain took's great too, but I submitted it, so we just got I said it Sunday. Whatever happens, happens. No, I don't have to do that. See what I can do. I haven't had a prison for me. I had ILE day. She killed me now. It's kind of the other side out of mine, out of mine. 3 years. And I was around here. The guy that was in HR because he told the new did all the minutes and all the stuff because he didn't want to achieve everything off of I guess who heard together so that's how I've been down these days. So I just said something. I didn't even have to want to I'm fine. And if I can get it, she goes, I said I got to look for something for me. So if nobody else is then I got to tell you. If I can get up there, I'll say this. If I know if I can get up there and do it, down the road, I'd be willing to get there. That's a big no, I appreciate it. It is, I know. Yep. I know, how to do it. Everybody, switch it back. Bio sun, exactly. You know when you go to work on it. Good to see you. I'm sure you'll
attention, if you're a CDC and you have not received this packet, please come forward and retrieve your packet. That's for CDCs who received this. Only.
Gary Chris, good to meet you.
How are you?
You my shit.
Ding, ding, ding.
In her bail, gotta have your bail.
You gotta show the CDC.
Blue light special. Kmart blue light special.
You awake yet? Did you get in yesterday?
I left at 3 in the morning, I got it at 10:30.
Yeah, that bite. So you know what time it is yet? Good enough, I'm up.
Fired up, you need to understand everything. So I told
Now, if there's anybody dead,
Takes an air guard guy to make the Army guard guy technically proficient.
Now, if there's anybody out there that is representing their CDC that has picked up a packet, please come forward and pick up a packet from one of the facilities.
no response on that topic.
Right there.
I didn't bring the basket. I'll blame that on me.
Asking for a PowerPoint. So please, it's a personal email. I don't mind if you use it, but text me. The phone. But here's the other thing with that phone. That phone cannot cross over into the DEA facility with me. So I see that at night, on the weekends. If I'm traveling, I do have it with me, and I'm traveling a lot these days. So please use it. But I am a texter. That's the best way to get me is text. And that's going to be 915-422-4320. So if you email me first, the email will tell you if I'm on leave. If I'm TDY, bug me all day on my personal cell. If I'm on leave and it's not an emergency, please let it know. Okay, I've traveled a lot. I've met a lot of you. Half of you I have not met. I'm here to dispel some misconceptions. So that's what I'm going to start out with today. Let me go over the big things that I've learned as I've traveled from the mouths of everybody else. Okay, the first fact, FITSMIS, FTS, MCS, is not NSS, the National Seizure System. A lot of people think whenever you put FITSMIS, magically goes into EPIC. It does not. They don't talk, they don't communicate, they have nothing to do with each other. All right, so FITSMIS is your DOD requirement to show what you're doing. NSS, that's when we're looking at funding based on your seizures. So make sure you're entering into the National Seizure System. If you have a pen, take this out, especially take it out and write notes right now, especially if you're new. Number one, I need you all to become vetted users. You need to set up an account with Epic, even as a CDC. Do I expect you to use it? Nope. Do some of you CDCs use it and know it inside and out? Yes. So if you're competing with each other in this room, because I see 54 children in the sandbox, that's what I get to see at my level, because I hear from all of you. You need to know the system. It'll help you if you got time. If you don't, delegate that down. But somebody on your staff needs to know that system and what it's about. You do need to log into it every, I think, 90 days to keep it alive and up and running. But for me to legally share information with you and send you reports, I need you in the system, or I'm going to lose my job. Make sense? Okay, so whoever I'm sharing the data with really needs to have that account. Okay, next, number 2. Encourage your law enforcement officers to become vetted users of EPIC. Especially, the emphasis is going to be on your state and locals. There's something that EPIC offers state and locals, and federals, everybody, that is life-saving, and that's their 24/7 operations section. Okay? And I know we had a problem with this with Georgia, so let me speak on this. If you're a vetted user, you will be served no matter what. You can call up 24/7, and your officers can get roadside assistance, basically. They'll run about 20 databases, who's in front of me, who am I pulling over, instead of their state and local, their database. So they'll get to all the federal systems. It's a lifesaver. So please pass it on to your LEAs that have small budgets, that they need to use the watch, okay? All right, now let's talk about the 2 Bravo mission. And let's talk about who's required to report to EPIC. So now I'm going to talk about legalities. How many of you have soldiers supporting state and local LEAs? Okay, all of you with your hands up. Those LEAs, state and local, are not legally required to report to EPIC. Nobody can make them. And that's why your job is so hard. You guys need to sell it. You need to be out there kissing babies, shaking hands. It's a political game, trying to encourage them to report. Because guess what? That's a lot of seizures that if they're not entered, that could count for you and to paint a better threat picture for this whole country. Okay? But know that if you go to them, you're just adding something else to their plate. Well, I already have this job. Why would I do this? You have to be influential and say, well, EPIC can offer you this. My state offers you this. I've got this great Colonel Analyst sitting next to you. I got the Celebrite, I got the cockpit, whatever it is. You've got all those things, and they're there because of their reporting and the funding that comes in. And it's real simple math. If they're not supporting you, or then you're losing money, you're losing people, right? That person's gone. So just know that state and local are not required to report it, but we want them to. There also are no thresholds of EPIC. EPIC will take all seizures, all amounts. There are federal thresholds defined by the DEA for drugs and cash that are mandatory for federals to report. So, for example, $10,000 bulk cash. That's seized. A federal agency is required to report that to EPIC because they get their FDIN, the Federal Drug Identification Number that goes with that seizure. But anything below that threshold, they do not have to report. But what do we want? We want everything. We want it all. Let me also say this. EPIC is a DEA-run facility. There are about 28 agencies that are in there, state, local, tribal, you name it. We have a lot of problems with DEA who are mandated to report reporting. How many of you know that? And that's crazy. Okay? So, let me go ahead. Let's just jump to slide 7. I want to talk about what's in your folders. I'm not going to go through a whole PowerPoint presentation. Here we go. So the first thing in your folder, if you look on the right side, clip to the front, this is just TBRM, the basics. We do have 22 variables. 10 of them I'm tracking specifically out of Epic. So you wouldn't call me and ask me, how's the prescription drug abuse going? I have no earthly idea, okay? So the ones that are in my lane are the ones highlighted in yellow. Does anybody have questions about the variables? And I've seen some creative stuff out there, which is good because it means people are learning the system better. One of the things I'm seeing is the POE, non-POE. And you've got a list of those in your folder as well on the left-hand side, I believe, the second or third document. Okay, so with that, some of you have a bunch of POEs, some of you don't. I can't influence it. It's kind of like, are you on an international border or are you not? I can't influence that. I can feel sorry for you. I can cry with you on the phone, but we cannot create a POE. Port of entry is defined by Customs and Border Protection. It's not defined by us. It's not defined by me. It's that agency. So one of the things I saw recently pop up was, well, I've got a port of entry on a river. Well, that's a port. That's not a port of entry. All right? So we don't create our port of entries, they're defined. Now, as far as getting credit for port of entry, how does this computer system sort it out? It's based on the seizing organization. So if your seizing organization happens to be a port of entry, that's where it dumps here. If your seizing organization is not a port of entry, it's going to dump to the other side. So you'll get credit, but it's going to be one side or the other. This is kind of a fascinating case we have with Puerto Rico because we get to look at, oh, who's actually seizing it? Where's it going? Because he's got a very interesting case out there in the ocean. Okay. Number 18. Okay, so if we look at all of these, the rest of these are tied to location. Where did the incident occur? So if we look at Border Patrol as an organization, they have all these sectors, and one of their sectors takes up all of New Mexico pretty much, a little bit Arizona, and this much of Texas, where I'm sitting in El Paso. But it's called the El Paso sector. So one of the questions I got from New Mexico starting out was, hey, are we taking our credit? Absolutely not. If it occurred, the seizure occurred on your soil, it's yours. Okay, the only one that's not tied to soil is variable 18. That is origin and destination. And right now, folks, we're not doing a good job with this variable. So I do need your help with this. When your analysts are entering the location of where it happens, there's a drop down that says origin and destination. Most of these have to do with postal, FedEx, DHL, because we get a package full of cocaine, it's coming from somewhere, it's seized somewhere, and it says it's going somewhere, correct? That should be 3 people getting credit for that seizure, if it's entered. Anybody from New York? Okay, I know you've got a lot of stuff coming in. Kentucky. Okay, so all that stuff, make sure it's origin, destination, give people their credit. Okay, right now the drugs based on TBRM that are tracked are cocaine, cannabis, heroin, meth, and MDMA. That's it, those are the 5. So if there's anything else that you're asking about, that would have to go through Tiger Team to be added, but right now those are the 5. And the question was about fentanyl. And fentanyl right now, no, so it's not being captured. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is how you request access. On the left side of your folder, you have this high-speed little plastic wallet card. Some of you, it's your 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th card. Right in the middle of that, that's the email address right there. So access will be requested. It will be granted by the law enforcement agency, whoever your analyst is supporting. Okay? And 2 Bravos once they get that access, can enter on behalf of that law enforcement agency. And that's what you're trying to build. How many of you are analysts sitting in a hideout? It's a good place to be. If you've got analysts in the hideout, you know then that they can enter for more than one law enforcement agency. Whatever that relationship is that they build in the hideout, and the hideout gives them access, that's a bigger umbrella than, let's say, a local PD, correct? Okay. They will also have a third option. They get hideout access for deconfliction. I would just defer that to who's your BFF in the area. Do you have somebody that would sign off? If you don't have someone, okay, because we get that question in EPIC too. You know, if you're at a high level, you're a chief of police, they can actually get the mayor to bless off. I mean, it goes up, okay? So if you have a problem with a law enforcement agency blessing off on your account, because I'm not going to tell you who that person would be, just let me know and we can try to work something out. All right, so you go through this request access process. They enter the law enforcement supervisor's information. Your name should not be in that application at all. So kind of drill that home to them. We do the same thing when they come to us. So it's law enforcement only. Then they can enter data on behalf of that agency. Okay, next slide. Now this is what the portal welcome page looks like. If you do have, it's role-based. So if you're with the hideout, I'm now with the hideout. Right there where that white corner is in the bottom left, you would have a hideout application, and it's a deconfliction tool, so it pulls together a safety net, risk net, all at once. It will deconflict. So it's a good shortcut. National Seizure System is where they actually do the entering, and they can also search. And then the reports are pretty valuable. So if you like getting into systems and looking at it, I would say that would be the only thing in your role that you really want to get in there and look at, or designate someone to do that, delegate that down. Okay, next slide. Okay, training. All of your criminal analysts need to be trained on this stuff right here. The EPIC system portal, the National Seizure System, what they can offer their LEAs, and the cheapest way to do that is by webinar. So it's always up there on the homepage. So the webinar dates are posted. They'll create a training for you. So if none of those dates work for you and you want to get groups of people together in one room, they do this function through GoToMeeting, and they'll tailor it to your needs. So the two contacts on that are John and Joel. So those are our training guys that are at it.
And we can also put that out to our LEAs to get in for their...
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to tell you the three options for training. So number one, I'm going to go by cheap. Cheapest way is webinar. Number two is to request a trainer from EPIC. If DEA has the funds, they'll pay for that person to come out there. No cost to you. Then I'm the most expensive option. I'll come out and do the training, but that would have to be crossover if you have funded through your state to pay for my travel out. Okay. I'm going to tell you this though. When I'm not off the ground training, I am training people in-house. So my schedule gets pretty jammed up pretty quick. I'm jumping about 3 to 4 times a month, and my husband still loves me somehow. I don't know how, but. Yeah, so just get those requests in early. I do just go in line of you know, keep a queue, first in. I'm very busy, but I will get back to you and we will help you with training, whatever you need. All right, next slide. That just shows you, those of you that database-based people, I don't know, on the bottom, when those law enforcement officers pull someone over on the side of the road, they query all of these real fast, within 2 minutes. If you look there, it's a pretty big deal. And your analysts can also do this via part of the training I get via email, so they can do the same thing. Okay, next slide. These are the kind of reports you'll see. NSS was totally revamped. It's still being built, and they're looking at the user and trying to make it simpler, so it is changing a lot. The IT section's busy there. So these are reports you can pull up, filter things, make pretty pictures. Okay, next slide. The mapping capability is there. It's only as accurate as the inputs, though. Sometimes we get our lat longs backwards, and it will plug them in the middle of nowhere. Okay, next slide. This is a spreadsheet, North Dakota, one of my top customers. He's always checking in. So if you check in with me and you want something done, I'll send it as quick as I can. I'll tell you, I'm off the ground for the next 7 days. I'll be able to get it, within 10. But this is a breakdown of the variables that I track. I do have to create this, and I update every month and every little block on that because it changes. It doesn't freeze in time. That's the thing about this data. There's no statute of limitations, so people are always going back and into it. So what you have today in your hands, I gave you a list of what I saw for the country, was only as accurate as 3 September. And I know we just had a whole, big seizure. We see them nationally. If they're in there, they go in. So it updates about twice a day, the system. You put it in, you wait for 8 hours for it to update, and then you get the output. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Skip that. This part's important. Okay. We're going to talk about the 2 Bravo mission. We're going to talk about counter drug. As counter drug members, we support law enforcement agencies. We are not data owners. Okay? People want to take, okay, here I am, and here's El Paso Police Department. They've got all this information. They're going to give it to me, the data, and I want to run over to Epic, and I want to get it in. Good intentions. Got it. But it's not our data. So there's a lot of legal work that's going on behind the scenes with MOUs, with third-party agreements, and Epic has 1 chief of staff and 1 lawyer. They're both lawyers. And they've got 54 states and territories that want their data in. And they want a fast way in. I'm going to tell you, the fastest way for you to get your data in is to use your 2 Bravo criminal analysts, get them trained. They can enter seizures 1 at a time on behalf of that law enforcement agency as part of their legal duty. Is that their full-time job? Absolutely not. But it can be part of their battle board. What I tell people to concentrate on is not 5 years, the current year and the past year, to influence the future. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to tell you how to do your jobs, okay, so let me just give you the facts out there. You all have different situations. Everybody does it differently. What I tell people is, best case scenario, you've got a criminal analyst sitting next to law enforcement personnel in an office, and we're talking about data entry at this point. Your goal is to somehow build that relationship so these 2 individuals are working together. So when I fall off orders on September 30, I've built that relationship. I've encouraged that, drill down the importance that this person knows how to enter data and continue without me. Best case scenario, we take turns and we enter. Did any state ever get to that point, or are you getting to that point where that's going to actually work? Nope. All right, so we're going to move to another. Okay, so that's best world. Worst world is your analyst has to sit there and put everything in, correct? That's, how many of you are in that situation right now? You only have your analyst. Okay. All right. So you've got to deal with, even after I came down here, I'm going to come back. Sir, I'm coming back.
We're in between.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I don't lie to you.
Right.
When they're like, what does that mean?
Right. It's a process. And that's it. Me. And we can go into grants that are offered and this and that. And, so it's hard. Your job is really hard. And I got that. So moving on to the mass data, which is what would make you all so happy, is if we could just take it and stick it in there, correct? That'd be a dream come true. We're not there. I'll tell you what Epic is doing right now, though, and if you looked in your packet on the left-hand side, all the way in the back, you have some point of contacts in there. They're very busy. It could take 2 years, but they're working in the right direction to try to help you. The focus right now is on DEA, though, okay? DEA that is not getting their stuff in, because that should be the easiest stuff to get to Epic as a DEA facility. So I'm going to tell you right now, their focus is to get the DEA data in. And I know they're working with Georgia. I know they're working with North Carolina. So you guys let me know your issues. I bring it to the table. I just can't tell you how big and long that table is and how long it takes. So just don't expect, if they start working with you, that it's instant. Okay?
We were done an epic back in May. We were talking about some relationship with customer client service. And then the rest of the meetings, asked that, courthouse people,
Have you seen anything, or is it all just words? I have no idea. You'd have to ask me when I'm in the building. No idea. Yeah. See, they'll promise you a lot. They've got a small IT department. They want to keep you satisfied, but I just want to make sure that you understand the reality. The reality is, if you've got somebody sitting there plugging it in, it's going to go in there. If you're being promised that we're working on this, there's a whole lot of people they're working with in the building, and it's not going to happen quickly. So if you contact Epic tomorrow and you think it's going to be influenced by January when the next poll is, that's not a reliable timeline. So you need your analysts entering. And best case scenario, the law enforcement personnel you're supporting to help you out with that process. And we'll train all of them. So just know that training is not specifically for counter drug folks. It's for anybody. Okay? More importantly, the law enforcement officers. Okay. Next slide. Oh, look, there's my cell number. Okay. So, I'm going to recap here. FitSmiths is not NSS. Become a vetted user. Whether you use it or not, you're getting stuff from me if you really need that. Encourage your law enforcement officers, your agencies that you support to become vetted users, especially state and locals. To Bravo Mission, they can enter these entries for you. It is slow, it is cumbersome, it's not fast, but they are going to they're going to kind of handheld devices next is their next phase where you can enter by touching. So it is going to get more user-friendly. And the timeline for that is hopefully by second quarter of 2016. Not everybody is required to report to Epic, and that's your big sell, and that's the hard part of your job. And train your LEAs, train your analysts, either through webinar, the trainers coming out to you, or me coming out to you, or you coming to us. We do have a classroom that will hold 12 people that we can train at once. Okay? Now, what are your questions?
how long is that training?
It depends on what you want. For the actual inputting of the data, it's going to be an all-day training. That's with the LEA, NSS, so there's other training opportunities. Okay, by webinar, it's most likely a half day for NSS, if you're going to hop on that.
Went to a conference in South Alabama about 3 weeks ago. We had that head guy from Epic show up. So if you guys are looking for a way to show the local law enforcement what Epic can do for you, it's great to bring those people out and have them brief the local law enforcement, because I think about half the room is amazed on like the 3D and printing and stuff they can do, and you where to hide stuff, 24 hours to watch. There is a lot of good stuff that Epic has. That probably there's 300 people in that room, maybe 10 of them knew about it. Guys knew through the wall, and I got to yell at everybody. But he was there, he read it, we discussed you, he brought up Kentucky specifically about how they have done such a great job of getting their data in there. So have your local law enforcement or your fusion center or whoever call the guys at Epic and bring them out.
Yeah, let me touch on that a little bit, because Epic does have a lot going on. So the first thing is that they've got requests for information. You can call up, if you have analysts working some case where in your local area, state to state, country, wherever. You can take your analyst off that and do an RFI, and they have full-time analysts for free that will do the whole research for you, okay? Now some of them, depending on how big they are, they have the Caribbean threat assessment took over a year, but you tell them what you need and your parameters, your time limits, and they will produce a product for you. They also have a TACOps section that monitors pole cams. They will track devices. They will set up geofences. All of that is free of cost. So either you link in with your web server, or you can borrow the device, the tracking device that syncs with them, you know, if you have the warrant and all of that stuff. So they will do that free of charge. Their analysis section is huge. They've got people that will just write reports, just analysts full time. So that's there for anybody. So if you're a vetted user, you can request any of this. If you look on the right-hand side of your folder, the first document, there's an Epic menu. It's got everything that Epic is capable of. No, this is the one they put out. So they think it's pretty. I will take it back to the table and we can make a prettier one. To me, it's just like, too much information. But, yeah, that's what we have. So there's a lot going on in the building. They're there to support you. It's all free. Jetway pipeline training. How many of you are aware of that? They'll go out and train you guys or law enforcement officers that go all over the country. And that training is provided for free. And they get subject matter experts, and I guess they get quite a few from the state that actually go to Quantico to get the training experience, and they're recommended by their peers. So they're top-notch law enforcement officers conducting the training. Okay. All right, any other questions? The data that I put in there, that nice green, I don't know if I put a little color on there, I did not. So of course, green are the high states. This is what I'm seeing as of September 3rd of what's in NSS for your state. So you can look at everybody, it's all out there. So green's the highs, yellows, basically if you're green, yellow, or pink, you're in the top. Okay. If you're white, yeah, you're just not on the top. So, not that it's bad, because some of you might be all white, but I've seen tremendous growth, because some of your states started out at 0 when I started this job a year and a half ago. And to see the growth go up is amazing. And that might be 1 or 2 analysts making a difference. Okay? Some of you CDCs want to know who's entering and all of that. If you have time later on, I can show you how the reports work. You can actually get in there and see what the agencies are reporting. And that's the first thing you need to know, is who's reporting for you and who's not. And then you can actually see who entered it. So analysts are entering it. We went down to Puerto Rico and we were pulling up people's names. So I told them, I was going to train, I said, hey, your CDC knows how to find you by name. You better be doing your entries. We'll pull you up. So we can see, what's going on. I will defer to their certain areas. That was before my time.
Well, I'll tell you, it amazes me that Epic is duplicating something that other systems already do.
Okay, let me tell you. I'm going to tell you about some papers that I know about. There's a presidential drug control strategy, came out in 2014. Epic is listed. Go back to 2003, the HIDA strategic something plan. Epic is named directly as a national intel center that will be reported to. We can take it back to the General Counter-Drug Intelligence Plan of 2000. President Clinton, 8 cabinet members signed off. Epic is listed and directed as a national intel center. So I did my research. Those are 3 documents I know that exist. If you want to add to that.
All the national books, right?
I agree. Through the process of developing CBRM to begin with, and with variables of the data source where it's come from. And they've changed over the years. In fact, one of the variable 9, was an attempt to collect that data from them. It wasn't a viable source, so it went back to the executive office concern. And it's something that the Tiger team looks at on an annual basis, and it will be.
Yes, sir.
Why won't DOJ share with them? Because I sit on a committee, we developed a committee in Arkansas with all the prosecutors and the working group because I brought this issue up early to my law enforcement meetings and to my drug dependency meetings I got to go to. And they see it as a state perspective because
they've noticed their funding going from $10 million for drug counseling and all that down to 1.5 million. And they see it also as a data entry result of the state of Arkansas law enforcement agency, drug task forces, not contributing to the database. So, of course, I bring up Epic because that's where my money maker is. So we're on this committee, and the NCIC, we call them ACIC, the state collection agency of all incidents. Y'all, everything have that? That contributes to NCIC? Right. So the system that our state uses is called NIRS. I mean, so 97% of all law enforcement agencies in Arkansas dump their data into NIRS. 97% of all agencies put nothing in that NIRS. So my question is, holy cow, that's pretty easy. Take the data from NIRS, transfer it to Epic. Well, that data is locally owned. And DOJ says, this is their argument, that I don't own that data, I can't transfer that. It belongs to the Little Rock Police Department. But they're transferring it to the DOJ.
Okay, so there's a bunch of MOU, I'm just telling you, there's legal stuff going on there. But as far as DOJ reporting, yeah, DOJ does report to Epic. Your state, I don't know.
Come in there. I mean,
it has to do with all the legal stuff. I'm telling you, the third-party agreements, the memorandums of understanding, all that has to be in place. Because there's too many people probably dumping into one system for that one system to feed.
it's unfair. I mean, we're fighting a problem that's already been solved. It's probably above our level, but if every state does NIBRS or something similar, it goes into the DOJ database for drug seizures, drug incidents, every single thing that we look at gets entered into that system. So I don't understand why you just.
Yeah, I brought this up about 6 months ago.
It's because your accent.
Yeah, but the problem with NIBRS is, particularly with Epic, is Epic doesn't even know NIBRS exists. Okay, and in fact, DEA ASACs don't even know that Epic exists. I'm sorry, who owns Epic?
DEA.
Yeah, there you go. So see, there's a systemic problem all the way around in this data collection, house repository, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if that's an NGB issue. I don't know if that's a CDAC or a Tiger Team issue, or whether that's a president issue inside of the national policy on drug control. But this can be fixed a lot quicker than us having to be data miners and put this stuff in, because NIBRS is exactly what CGIS is. It's just NIBRS is on steroids. Okay, so where CGIS lacked the in-depth information, NIBRS is now a little bit more in-depth. And of course, CGIS came out in 1929, somewhere around there, and it started going forward, and NIBRS came out in 1979 as a pilot. It was actually piloted in the state of South Carolina on the sleds, and then somewhere around 1989, they started going out to the states. They had some conference, and everybody said, man, that looks great. It was exactly what CGIS was. It just had more detail and clarified some stuff. Why that doesn't talk, I don't know. But I know Jay has found out, in Georgia, I know we have found out in South Carolina, that the DEA system, impact system, doesn't even talk to them. NSA. They own Epic. So their own data doesn't even talk to their own damn data collection place. So if you're thinking you're having a problem and then you're thinking you're like, oh my God, what's going on? Well, the drug enforcement guys don't even know what's going on. All right. So I mean, it's not that you aren't any less capable of anybody else, but that's the problem. I think Linda's about right. I mean, in my opinion, is what we've seen in our state data and our thing, and again, that's state data. So you are mixing a little bit of apples and oranges there, and certainly are crossing some boundaries of NOUs and legality and stuff. But if it could be worked out, if it could get fixed on Epic, they probably need to go backwards. Epic needs to kind of talk to NIBRS, and then NIBRS then kind of figure that out.
And I'm going to tell you, Epic's not going to reach out and talk to anybody. So NIBRS needs to come in opposite, and that point of contact is on the flyer on the left-hand side of your folder in the back.
We've got a bunch of data monitoring, we'll be done in about 5 years.
But you know, the thing that we were trying to figure out was, the only way you can make a local law enforcement agency data entry is if you give them a carrot. You gotta say it's tied to funding. NIBRS has done that, GOJ has done that. All their grant money, all their little programs that they do for law enforcement are all tied into their reporting. So they know they have to report or they won't get that $200,000 grant every year that they've been getting for the last 10 years because they enter their data. And you know, and now that every local law enforcement agency is on these mobile computers in their cars, the officers do it immediately anyway. It's automatically getting dumped in there. So we just need to figure out how to say, hey, because you're right, there's a ton of great stuff at Epic that the locals don't know, but they're not going to mess with it because there's no grant money tied to it.
And George is working this issue right now. Did you want to say anything, sir? You added to this conversation? You're kind of quiet.
That's because I'm about to shot my water over this stuff and it ain't got nothing. That's the whole process. Because let's talk the two bits we're talking about right now. And some of the data that I'm fixing to give may be a little bit old. But NIBRS. The problem you're going to run into with NIBRS is it's not a federally mandated report. So, if I'm not mistaken, when it went out, there are 38 states, plus or minus, that said, yes, we're going to do it and we're going to mandate it statewide. Then there's whatever between 54 minus 5 and 38. That number is phased in operation into the NIBRS process. And there's 5 states that said, no way under hell am I going to NIBRS. Guess what? Georgia's one of them. So I'm still stuck in the mud on that one. So when you look at it from the NGB perspective, you can't say, okay, we'll use NIBRS as the database and resource. But to Clem's point, if it is a federally recognized database, why can't it be submitted directly into Epic? What Captain Cook was alluding to is I took 17 law enforcement agencies, representatives, and I took them out to Epic and tried to do exactly what he said. Tell them what's in it for them if you're going to get them to report. If Epic's not mandatorily required to anybody outside the federal agencies that meet the threshold. Atlanta obviously is one of the bigger hubs for drugs right now. Inside of DEA, Atlanta Film Vision, that represents the hub of the Atlanta metropolitan area, there were about 2,800 DEA-owned incidents that were not in the Epic database. 2,800, just in their own database. We've been working to get that piece of it fixed. But to the grant piece, at least in Georgia, and I hadn't had time to dig it out to see how much it affects all 54, but there's something called the CJCC, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Anybody besides me ever heard of that? For Georgia, all of the drug task forces that receive burn grant money must report to CJCC. And it's this same stuff. It's those metrics that are required if you get grant money. The problem is, it's going somewhere in the federal pie in the sky at the DC level, and it's not cross-talking with Epic either. So, in my 31 plus years in the military, ranging from private to lieutenant colonel, I will admit that soldiers are oftentimes habitually lazy. And the worst and the best example I can think of is a purse stack report.
It is, but again, there is no penalty. If I say come in at midnight, you know you're not going to get in trouble. Who cares?
It's probably that every kid around us is meth lab. Say what? Well, no, the truth is Detroit. But still going to then why didn't everything?
Well, what happens is, because as soon as Mississippi and Oregon got it, pharmacy lobby threw all their money at defeating every single state that tried to bring it up, like Mississippi and Oregon.
Well, we're in the cyber team, and we'll figure it out again.
And you ever tell you something else happening?
What's the definition of a meth lab? We're seeing more of the shake and bake versus a traditional.
The big production of the meth labs in George County, and the sheriff was just deep in the program. It got so bad they brought the FBI's in and took him down in all his meth labs. And shortly after that, we passed the law. Soup fed.
See, and really in Mississippi, meth is either shake and bake or it's already readily available because it's coming in.
Maybe how you report it too. You know, we're not reporting it in this class. Yeah, that has.
Oh yeah, it's very good. Yeah, I don't think they're doing shake and bake methods in the meth lab. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what the definition is.
I don't know how they're classified. You're right.
Because there's still a lot of shake and bake methods going on.
Puerto Rico, getting all that kind of money now. Everyone wants to live on the island. Till hurricanes come. I don't think that.
That's it. They need to bring those days
Association of Florida to
No, they got some places to sit. That's not bad. I mean, you get a shrimp po' boy, fries, and drinks like $8, $9, something like that. You want that? So you get a foot long, and they'll cut it in half, bring half of it back. Sure, no, I just get that guy. All of a sudden.
Movie night in here. Or I can go to those live. 2 for 1 today.
Way to go, this for lunch.
We got 2 hours.
federal agencies report about this. Right, it is, yeah, it is. That's why big object. It's an FBI issue. Right, federal court. So every local agency is part of that. We already do one thing. That's more than it's always other states aircraft, personnel, and they get all of it. That's just, I mean, my guys are the ones who do it. We get nothing. We should get a percentage. I mean, we really should. That's what I'm Brian's a dope for you. My guys are the ones who take the dope for you. Then we should get a percentage of that. Just because it happens. But it goes to the state people. It doesn't go to the crew that follows. It doesn't go to my guys that make the case. It doesn't go to this guy that did this. It goes to the state that was followed. All 100%. They did none of the work except season it. After we said they're season it. So, I mean, I think that's very fair. Our guys are helping all these people. That's your job.
So you start off with
I'm a
If your state has a drug threat. Now the Tiger team, it begins and meets and it's off the charter, and there is size requirement, Y17. Along that way, it will specify exactly what is going to occur as we go through this next year. And it will start off with getting the charter, having all the members signing off on the charter, and then establishing the variables that we have. Currently, there are 22 variables, and those 22 variables have different data sources. As I mentioned earlier, we've questioned some of those sources in the past and had to make adjustments based upon the availability of the data. Each one of the variables is made up or is required to meet 3 standards. And it's got to be reliable, recurrent, and relevant. So each one of your variables has to meet those 3 standards. So with that, we have to look at, are the variables still in one of those 3 categories? Some of them are starting to drop off because as the budgets have dropped everywhere, that is the same at the state level. So what you have in your primary cluster of substance abuse, a lot of the people that were putting in that data were funded through grant money. That's no longer available. So they're not inputting the data. So while it may be relevant, it's not necessarily reliable anymore because we're not getting new data. So we have to look at that. Additionally, you have other sources that DEA, OCDETH, they may not wish to share that information with us. So the Tiger team will look at all of those and then determine which ones we're going to use. Once that is determined, the different variables you have then get placed into the analytical hierarchical process, which is used for the survey. The survey can come out based upon a timeline for the Tiger team, roughly November, December timeframe. And that survey is going to go to all of the CDCs and then a collection of federal agency support and roughly 114 participants in that survey process to determine the values of each one of the variables. They will also determine the value of the cluster that they come from. TVRM has 5 clusters. Understand the cluster as you go through it. So production cluster, for example, which is the 5th cluster. There are 3 variables within that cluster. That cluster can have a total value. Let's say the total value of that cluster is 10% of TVRM total. That means the 3 variables within that cluster cannot exceed a total value of 10% of the TVRM. Does that make sense to everybody? Or do I have to break it down? Okay, so that is the same for every single one of the clusters, production, interdiction, so forth. So once that breaks down, then we actually have the data call. It gets established along the TVRM time frame. January is the time frame we came up with last year. I'm certain it will be somewhat similar this year. As Captain Took earlier had mentioned getting data input. And we look at 5 years, which is the timeline that TVRM covers. Did you have a question? So while TVRM covers 5 years, previous validated data doesn't change. So while it is currently possibly being updated at Epic for 4 years ago, that time period is locked out. TVRM only changes as new data becomes available for a full year. So if you look at the data that was pushed out before for FY16, all of the TVRM data at the top of each column is a year line. The year line that's there is going to stay. So if it says 2008 through 13, as 14 becomes available, 2008 will drop off. And then you'll have 2009 through 2014. Now the big change is the 2009 through 2013 data will not be changed. We will not go back and re-look at the old data. Yes, sir.
So that means there's no value for having us go back and put in all the data that happened, right? I don't understand what you're saying. We would go see your data for 2011 and go back.
In terms of TVRM, correct.
Here's why. The older years are less weighted. So we only got so much time. I would recommend focus on FY or calendar year 15, and then if you got time left, jump over 14.
By the way, any numbers added to 2014 and beyond
No, you mean in past. If you look at it, what won't be counted is data that's years that have already been counted. So if you look at that column, and they're different for most of them just because of data availability. If you look at the column at the top, it's going to show you the most recent year. Some of them will be 14, some will be 13. Any new data entered for 2013, if 13 has already been calculated, will not be updated. We're not going to pull it. We're only going to pull the most recent data. Because if all this stuff kept coming, there would just be ebbs and flows continuously through it. So previous TVRM data is locked. New data affects it. And those are the years, the most recent years of the heaviest weighted years within TVRM. Cameron.
All right, so I got 2 issues. Here we go, man.
Here we go.
So first issue is this, especially when you look at federal law enforcement agencies, some of those investigations go a year, 2 years, 3 years ago. If you look at the case numbers that are associated with those particular investigations, it's not an uncommon thing to find a case number that was initiated 2 fiscal years previously. I'll give you a real world example, actually 2 real world examples. Versus the big Google case, versus the big Google case of Cypress.
Well, we heard that. We heard that.
2009 was actually slowed down a little bit while the criminal intellect was deployed. Once they got back, then they ramped up again. Finally, everything wrapped up in 2011. Okay, so it's obviously a multi-year investigation. Second real world case is what's known as the Hezbollah money laundering plot, which was also based out of around Millersburg. But that was a multi-year long investigation. So, $483 million of seizures that came in 2013, that's when the case wrapped up. The question becomes, okay, where does that actually get counted into the TVRM? So now what I'm saying is that it will never get counted in the TVRM. Because it's now full data. It's 2 years old. I may be wrong, I may be not. If you can clarify, that'd be great.
The seizure collection data that currently for asset forfeiture, for example, they collected the year they collected, not when the case started. So for the year you're speaking of, it's not when the case started, it's reported for when it's collected.
So whenever your prosecuting attorney goes to court against the crook and then it's levied, whatever the assets are levied against the crook, and you may have started your case 10 years ago, but you just now went to court, it'd be counted right now whenever the assets then go back to the prosecution.
Understood. Here's issue number 2.
Oh my God.
I've been on the fact keep for 3 years. I've been on the fact keep for 3 years.
And we love you.
One of the jokers that got us to the 22 variables that we're at, and at no time did we ever say, hey, the information that's 4 years old is never going to change. It was supposed to be fresh data for all 5 years. We never voted on that. If we did, the challenge is just the minutes that show that we did vote on that. It might mean you're going to have to get major, all guy, SF food.
Yeah, I think it's
You're
that
going to have to get this meeting to vote.
It's been briefed that way for 2 years and I've been CDC.
That's just the way I received it this year, sir. I speak for the one, not for the previous
For what it's
two.
worth, so that everybody understands, there was a handoff, okay? HMIS came in to take your people for codes. You don't know what that handoff consists of necessarily. This might have been one of those things that just wasn't kind of right seat, left seat, they wrote it up. But I do not ever recall at any point, any of the fact meetings that we had, saying that we're not going to do a fresh data for 5 years every single year. Does that make sense?
Well, but see, when you said that it would change every year, if you were to do that, it would change.
Okay, man, we're coming to
That's
that week.
the whole point is,
Well,
we talk about this relevance thing, okay? Well,
Tomorrow you can have our ear and you can rehash this when we sit down in the TVR discussion. I think it's a good discussion. You typically piss me off. I think it's a good discussion. Or
keep it spicy.
that kid.
Yes, sir.
Where each the years weighted? Is it like current year's 50%, next year's 30, next year's 10?
I can't quote off the top of my head, sir, but it's...
Thank you. He knows. They all know.
Okay, so then once we have the data pulled and the data is then validated, we then release that out to the state. The Tiger team will then meet again to say, yes, no, this is the data, this is what we're going for. Are there any questions now to that point? In years past, we have had appeals of the TVRM process. The hope is to, at some point, get away from that. But going forward, that's where we're at. The Tiger team, like I said, for FY17 is going to meet tomorrow to start planning out that year process. So, anybody have any additional questions regarding TVRM? Absolutely. So with no further questions, I can turn it back over to Colonel Lackman.
Exactly.
Absolutely, sir. And it's
There is on the TVRM.
As well as the 15% rule that they got taken off, that, you know, that somebody maybe told me that it's been that way the entire time, yet the only time we ever got the letter was last year. So, you know, so there's some big TVRM discussion that needs to happen.
I have just one question.
Yes, Professor.
Variable 11 has changed your reporting sources also. How is that going to affect?
Which one's variable 11?
The number of firearms seized.
Yeah, that was still, actually, we did not change from last year to this year. Variable 11 did not adjust. For FY16, the data for variable 11 is the same exact data that was used for FY15 because the source didn't update.
Going from 16 to 17, though, variable 11 is going to be measured through the NSS. How is that?
Well, for 17, sir, and that's actually not yet to be determined. The Tiger team is going to look at the sources, and then we have to pull the data to see, is it going to pull correctly? The problem with that particular variable 11 is another one of the variables that we could not get valid updated information. So there was no change to it. The last data was the same as the previous year, and the Tiger team didn't have enough opportunity to determine what to do with that until we were much later in the year. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you. No, ma'am, I didn't say that.
We'd like to get away from that. We haven't been able to get away from that because we still have some erroneous data or some missing data is the biggest issue. It's just flat not there. Like Jose, for example. This shit with the New Jersey or something.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for your time. Once again, I'm Sergeant Erickson. If you have any individual questions or you're new and you're very unfamiliar with TVRM, I'm here for the remainder of the week. Please, by all means, come by, and I'll give you as much information as I can. Thank you very much.
All right, so at the break, we're going to break for lunch here, and I'm hoping maybe Chris is going to come up and talk about where that might be. But if I can get the regional CDACs to come up and talk to me before you guys break for lunch, the last list of our TVRM Tiger team members I have on this roster. So as you heard Master Sergeant Erickson say, according to the charter, it's 3 per region representing a small, medium, and large state, 100 territories. So we need to get that right. And so if you have additional members that have either left, don't want to serve anymore, or you want to add somebody else on, we need to figure that out before tomorrow. Okay, so maybe Chris will talk about eating.
Thank you. What time do you want back?
I think an hour and a half is enough to get out and come back.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
So an hour and a half, it's kind of on your own. Of course, everyone's here at TDY, but you see the star there, and then you see the north-south road there, the yellow one. That's 49. If you head out the gate, take a left, and go to the first intersection, take a left. that will shoot you by the airport all the way to 49. And if you take a right and go north, every restaurant you can think of. You've got Arby's, you've got some, let's see, Burger King, McDonald's, McAllister's. You go a little bit north of there, there's Cracker Barrel, pretty much in the intersection of 49 and 59. So pretty much just about everything that you want is right in that area. And then, is there anybody has any questions or doesn't have a ride?
Or needs a ride?
Or, yeah, needs a ride.
We can carpool too.
Because otherwise, it's on you.
We'll see you at 12:30.
12:30.
Hey, ma'am, am I on that list?
You are.
Good. We're going to slap your mama's bar. Hey, what's going on? You going to eat that flag? Oh, you come with us? Just ask. I know you're part of the team. Wait, you want to eat with us? You got some else? Really? Yeah. Come on, eat with us. Hey, Big Chris, we can secure with our computer here? Yes. All right. First Army, go get it. Hey, we're
You're still on Tiger team. You good with that? Me and you. Good? Good, sir. All right. Hey, Stubbs. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure everyone's. Sir, you good for eating?
Yeah, my guys are waiting for me. I just need to find out how we're going to do this. I need to break out with my guys.
What we got after lunch? Breakout?
Give you guys 5 more to get together.
Well, so this one is this. It comes to read. I see that. I got it. All right, bro. I don't know. Because this is coming from my region. Well, yeah, at the end of the day,
Hey,
Yeah, I know. He won't hear somebody there. You better go back and look at him. No. Hey, Matt. But that's what Dan was written for. He said it was the first one.
It's not a mandated system, so.
Well, but if you,
But it's not mandated. California would never. We're not looking at
so even if we were to wouldn't do it.
That's what I understand. Not everybody. No, I mean, there are states that don't participate in it, so now you don't have the same data.
Same thing goes with the highlights. They can the only issue is that they have to be
Anybody that's over 20. We do it for an O, we do it for E. This year they gave everybody 1 year. And then I go before the board again. So this is like the fourth time I think. I'm not. If you tell me to go to the house, I go to the house. Last time 3.
Like this guy. California lose money. We're coming right now. You know, he's big dog out there. So I went out with this. Okay, well, no. If I'm looking for a job, I can get hey, how you doing? I can learn Spanish. I went down to Ecuador and I had to get in. You know, I know how to grind, you know. Yeah. Let me get out of here, guys. I gotta go to lunch. All right. So you're gonna give us a break at the end of the day to select those individuals that for the time. All right, good to go.
We broke at 11. We're 11. I gotta ask, these two are sitting here and like text these people. Y'all wanna go eat? Are you hungry? Get a max. Give me this big max.
My rating review. Been there 4 years.
I can't wait till
You gonna leave everything here?
I can't wait. Are you ready to call it?
We would not let her fly. Hey, Slappy Mamas is good. Yeah, they're pretty good. Is that where you went last night? No, didn't.
for lunch. Okay. Y'all, okay, you went all the way down there. It's the only one open, the other one close here is closed. Y'all got this little thing. Yeah. No, I was at yeah, I was at I get it. Yeah, a lot of the Arkansas guys came here. But I was at deputy from CST. I took my CST ops section with our communication here. Before they said. It's all over. Well, the most deaths were among students, right? Because those fools wouldn't leave when they were told to. You know, the funny thing was, totally under control, don't know what's going on down there. She's married, I ran the ops for days where the search and rescue and all the FEMA people were, and it was all search and rescue. When I got there, I was the second Arkansas agent here, and I got here the day after the storm hit. But your tower guys got there just before me, and they were doing the flight ops there. Then I took over operations, and then we ran ops for that whole base. My boss was an Air Force Fulbright fighter guy from Bell Chase. His whole, he had brought his whole squadron, or whatever, whether they call it Wayne, whatever they brought them over there from Bell Chase to this place to run this base, and all his people. I felt bad at first. And here I'm living in a tent. There's no hot water. There's nothing. You pee in a ditch. And all these people that were working, they didn't have houses anymore. I mean, they weren't even allowed. Yeah, they couldn't even go back to their houses. I mean, they barely got the families out, and the next thing you know, they're there working with us. So I stayed there for about 45 days. Then they were going to send me to Bell Chase, not Bell Chase, some parish, and the parish president said, "Hell no, I don't want no freaking army people here. I want FEMA here." Yeah. So they sent me home. So they sent me home. I got. I know that Arkansas had a bunch of people working. Yeah. We took 2 days down, revalidated, and then back to work. Yeah, down range, yeah. We did have one It was funny your story, guys come back. Yeah, my base, we took over the New Orleans Saints. That's what we did. I'm not allowed to talk to mine. But you remember, 2 years ago, I was told that money didn't get there until May or June, and they couldn't spend it. You know, last year we got it in February, and we're all at 97, 98, 99%.
We learned from previous year.
Yeah. Well, you know what? If you dump $1 million in me in June, I'm telling you now. If you give us money October 1st, we can spend 400. Yeah, they won't take money from all my laws. If you're trying to get 5%, you tell him our budget is 2%. Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah, I don't. We had a regional. Yeah, we got to talking. That Haida guy, I think it's the same guy. He was all over that. He knew that we needed that money. And he knows it's tied to him that we can't support it. We can't support it if we don't get that money. Because he said, yeah, I've talked to Alabama, and I've talked to Louisiana, and I've talked to Mississippi. And they're all saying the same thing you're saying. He said, he told the whole Haida group, we got to get on board with this. You know, we got to get with the congressional and talk to them. You know, first of all, I don't think you must be good friends with Sam. Yeah. They feel comfortable calling you. Womack is? No, you know, I've known him for a long time. I'm just not quite sure that he's our best friend. I know he's a retired colonel in the Guard, and he's a good guy, good friend. But I, you know, sometimes we shouldn't want friends. We got two reps in this. It's a conference committee that said, we got a Cotton is a veteran. Well, he's retired reserve. He was reserve. Retired. I think he's 39 now. And he's never been in guard. And he's never been in guard. Pop was never in guard. No, he was went with reserve.
Hey, me and maybe Gary was talking with that job. Kind of weird it's saying about O&M coming out first year deal. P&A.
Yep.
How are we going to pay for GSAs? Y'all got GSA?
Yeah, we're taking it down to one. Actually,
like
2.
10.
Yeah, y'all got way more than we do.
My bill's about $5,000 a month. So I don't know if I got to work out a handshake deal with
I don't know. He
PFO.
probably just left that out.
But you know, it started off that way last year, too.
I'm not lawyer. Even as a private citizen, I can't approach them.
I can't try to find Summers to see if that's what he's understanding.
Came up to me and be like this, hey, no, he said, I'm probably going.
Because if not, I've got to go over and smooth somebody at PFO to be able to tote our money till we get.
That's different. I mean, then, you're right. Answer honestly. Tell them what you know.
Which I've got a good relationship with my GS.
We have strictly
got to get it working where.
Is it Sean's camera?
Hey, can I do this? Nope.
We use it for the school.
Got it.
It's a pretty nice setup.
I think it's great that you have that conversation.
I saw we don't have that like on task force. So my boy can tear it up 30 minutes.
Yeah.
How does that come? You can do some real estate?
No. Trying to get my wife into it. The videos I've been doing. So using a nice camera like that, it's better to walk around here and there and kind of keep it down.
So for the CTAC, PT on your own is for 15 minutes. You can't even freaking change your underwear in 15 minutes.
I might have to put it on there.
Have to get it approved by the. They are doing PT down there on your own for 15 minutes. Well, if I find anything from Summers about that, I'll let you know what comes out of the O&M stuff. If not, me and the mayor's got to go smooth on some folks at PFO.
I have a feeling we're going to be having to do that anyway.
He's already going to do some smoothing. They done took away our level 5 capability to cut orders. So he's got to call in. Why did he do that? Our PFO said he didn't want everybody out there cutting their orders. Right, just here late.
So that's probably just not y'all then.
No, it's statewide. But he will go in and do it level 5 on a case-by-case basis. We'll make a good job just quickly. Yeah, that's going to be a headache.
All right. So I apologize for my lateness. We got to talking and with Montana and Puerto Rico in the room and Texas, it could go just a little bit long. So we have, next on the agenda, we had Lieutenant Hill was going to come speak, but I don't think he's gotten here yet. Kind of as an overview for CTAP before their meeting tomorrow.
I was just checking that.
So Major Chris is making that phone call. If not, then Chris will speak on behalf of the CTAC, and then we will have a CTAC breakout tomorrow. So really for tomorrow, if you look at, we've got the Gulf Coast ASAP coming in first thing in the morning, and then we'll do regional breakouts with enough time, and Todd, I appreciate that, bring it back up, to bring your top 3. I'd like to see, before we leave today, I'd like to see the the regional CDCs, so we can talk about the members for the TVRM, and we won't do that tomorrow. We'll do the member election this afternoon with the 4 regional CDCs. So we have that solidified, so we're going to the TVR, we have a breakout tomorrow afternoon, and we'll be ready to go. Do we have a Lakota rep here that can speak on behalf of maintenance and... Is he putting your arm up, or are you doing that voluntarily?
The only thing I know right now is the contract's being rewritten, and the one thing that the DN's office did tell me that if, depending on when the hours come out, or depending on when the contract's written, finalized, the hours will be over here, not on a quarterly basis or a monthly basis. That's the only good thing I've heard from them.
So then we'll be able to shift into wherever the heavy months are, like
Right,
summer
exactly.
months where you
We'll
guys
surge. We'll get a surge.
That's a huge win for our program to have.
I agree.
The other thing from an hour, what's his name? He said that in fitness, they created a new page for flight hours to go into. He said there will be a memo from that this week to all the CDCs on that.
Okay. You guys tracking that back there?
I don't know.
A new fitness page for flight hours? You good with speaking? What's he say?
You said you can move more after the flight's not getting to the morning. Okay. Yeah, he said he can get together and talk to us. Folks in the morning, we'll be able to agree.
Okay, so Cargill is still trying to get to Gulfport, and apparently it's a little harder for some than others. It was very easy for me. Montana, not so much. So regardless, I'd like to propose that we change this particular venue then, and we go right into, because I don't want to give you like the whole afternoon to do whatever you want to do. That would be right. So how about we do regional breakouts right now, and you sit down as regions and figure out, talking amongst yourselves, what's your top 3 things that you would like to inform me and then inform NGB, and does it need to go to the GOAC? We would inform them. So let's figure that out. Do we have, Major Chris, do we have places, because probably this isn't as conducive as it could be for breakout?
Certainly, what I'm trying to do, there's one big classroom back there that has a divider. What we're going to probably do is go ahead and get the divider in that, so that'll be two areas back there. We can just go ahead and say northwest, northeast, and then we have this classroom as well next door right in here. Could be a breakout. Let's see what's left. Southwest, and then I guess southeast to just stay right in here.
Southwest already did our breakout ahead of time.
Cool.
You sure you don't want to huddle again, sir?
Most of the members didn't come.
Okay.
Cool. So if we can do that, and then after tomorrow, when you're done, you're done. So I would say that you use this time wisely. Once you're done with the regional breakouts, then whatever it is you want to inform the members tomorrow morning, or I guess it'll be after the ASAP groups. We'll do the brief backs as soon as that's over with. So he comes at 9. We're still waiting on confirmation, but he comes at 09. So we'll have a little bit later start tomorrow at 8:45, and then he'll speak for about an hour, maybe not quite that long, and then we'll do your regional inputs at that point. Anybody have any huge issue with that? Okay, so northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. We good? Anybody have any questions or comments? Concerns? It's a really pretty day outside, just so you know. And then meeting time, you want to just meet at the restaurant?
Yeah, just logistically for, just about any restaurant, unless it's just some huge place, but there's not a lot of those here on the coast. I told the guy that we'd start arriving, and we got the total head count of 80. Now, they can seat 100 in there, but I told him we'd start arriving at about 5:30, and we don't all have to sit at the same table. Obviously, that's not going to be able to be accommodated. But so when you get there, I told them that naturally we would probably just break down into groups of 4, 6, and that way they can put us at tables. But we're going to take up the majority of the restaurant, and then there's a bar actually underneath.
And it's on the back bay. It's kind of a scenic restaurant. But if you want to start arriving about 5:30, and
What was the name of it again, the address?
the Blowfly Inn.
Blowfly. Is that kind of like a horses get blowflies? It's the same kind of thing?
Very similar. And there's the address, 1201 Washington Avenue. Now, I'm sure most of y'all got smartphones. If not, it's mounted land nat exercise or dismounted, however you want. But yeah, if you want to start arriving there, now if you need a ride, definitely come get with me. And we got our transportation NCO that can coordinate pickup and drop-offs. And I know a lot of y'all have rental cars, but for those that want to utilize the shuttle service, just come let us know, and we'll do that. We've got a couple 15-pack. I think we got about 3 vehicles for that. We can kind of shuttle if we need to. I think we got 2 15-packs in a smaller van.
And I don't mind driving my little piece of shit rental. I can fit 3 extra people. It's terrible. It's a Sprinter or something.
But if you don't have to come at 5:30, I told him, we'd kind of stagger in. So, 5:30 is kind of if you want to come at 5:15, I think he's happy with that, because the quicker he can sit people down and start serving, the better. That's how restaurants go.
And then we need to know ahead of time on billing. Is it going to be everybody lump sum or putting in cash?
No, it's individual. Okay. Individual, yes, sir. Unless someone's got some extra money from Garvey or Ufer, maybe, sir.
Ufer for meals? If you didn't get an Epic package and you asked for one and you got missed, she's got some extras. Eddie, where is Eddie?
He got his. Put in his hand first.
We'll have 2 of them. No,
You
Southeast
can't,
and
that's not a guy
Southwest
you
and
would miss,
Northeast.
and I don't see him. Okay, so we'll break out and we'll see you at dinner. That's all we're gonna do is eat.
But Southwest, they made a couple good ones. And we need to get around up here just in case we got people that need to drive or not.
We meet real quick, we can get out of here real quick, and I can get my mic right now. We've already had a meeting. Yeah, and our leaders not even here. Bill? No, I'm here.
This is my IT guy. You need to try to get on and access his email. What's the best way to do that? Can you do it through here? But as long as he's got the remote side, right? Yeah. Hey, get on.
Hey, I got the building. Ronnie said we could all sit up here and just, what's going on? You?
Which one of those people?
Southwest supposed to be here. Northeast.
So I just say, get that.
If I take your car out. Oh, no, but I'm going to walk back home. You got to turn it on. You need to get that part of it. They used to have a username wrong back on my old computer. I didn't need my cat card. If I remember that, then I could just go in and not even have a cat card. But I know they kind of frown upon that.
Put you under the jail.
It's ridiculous. And I mean, we have been to how many of these damn things, and the schedule, I mean, hell, I want to go visit a Nevada State, Northern Beach. You know, I mean, while I enjoy that and stuff like that, for the 67 hours a year, we could actually get something damn accomplished. And work toward a goal to get better. We don't, because we just keep changing and moving right through it. You know, putting another fucking shoe in, talking for 2 goddamn hours about nothing, and the next damn thing, we're going home. I mean, am I the only person that sees that, or?
You know, we can't talk to people if we don't know what the ski down was.
I mean, does Glenn know what he needs to know as a brand new CEC? Does he really know? I'm sure he wants to know. I mean, how about the guy in Utah, this guy here that comes over and says, the certain this data you talking about, I heard somebody say something data. Some of the birds that I think I was on my spreadsheet out, but he's not going to get the real spreadsheet. He's going to get the damn spreadsheet that MVPC so he don't know what he don't know. He don't know what he's talking about.
But that's a great example, because he was asking me, he said, how do I sign up for an aviation? Because I heard that if I get aviation added, I get another $250,000.
And he has
I don't know what he knows.
And let me tell you something, he's probably in a very stupid guy. He's probably a very smart guy. But he doesn't have any structure. Nobody's teaching anybody anything in this damn counter world. That's why you have leadership board.
No, because at least we're talking here at the SLC. It's just refresh.
That's right. You guys I went a year later, and then I was like,
but I mean, hey, I didn't pull a fourth grade. We never had a leader.
Neither did we.
I'm not even sure we actually showed up for the game. Yeah, I swear that may have been Carolina.
I want to play South Carolina, but big league could beat you guys.
Yeah, but that's gonna be the one out anomaly in the year. And, because absolutely,
We can't really beat
no
Toledo.
possible way gonna be.
We can't believe beat Toledo.
There it is. You're right. But I mean, I don't feel, I don't know. I mean, Robbie, you've been to a couple of these things, haven't you?
Yeah.
From this junior person, I mean, what do you think?
Here's
Like to see?
a bunch of talking.
We're not accomplishing anything. Hell, I showed y'all at the damn region meeting, 3 damn different years of TBR and none of the 3 years was. These damn transparency things been getting, pivot transparency things, right?
Was it ain't right?
Want me to show you how many damn versions you've gotten all year? Because you've gotten 4 different versions all year. You've got 4 different pivot transparency versions and one damn